Reince, I want your thoughts on, you've also prepped.
Oh my God, poor girl, Jesus Christ.
I believe. What?
Oh, get her out of politics already.
We'll see tonight. Can he be disciplined about talking about policies and what kind of president he will be?
Well, he certainly can be. I mean, the reality is Donald. Well, he certainly can be. I mean, the reality is Donald Trump doesn't have a lot to lose tonight. I mean, his support has always been almost unmovable. So the second piece is the honeymoon, I think, is over for Kamala Harris. And you all kind of touched on it with Donna. Kamala Harris has to answer for the state of the economy that she took a role in the Biden administration, the border, her past positions on decriminalizing the border, decriminalizing certain drugs, what her role was in Afghanistan. So really, the spotlight is on Kamala Harris tonight because she played a role in the Biden administration. She wants to act like she's not an incumbent. So this is where the focus is going to be. And she's got a lot to answer for tonight. And I think that's where Donald Trump's focus will be and where it actually should be tonight.
Well, one of the things he wants to do is have female voters look at him. How does he attract female voters after saying things about Kamala Harris? We'll see how he pronounces that tonight. Things he said about Kamala Harris, that she's dumb as a rock. That's not really going to attract female voters, is it?
Yeah, no, it won't. But I also think that just like he did in the first debate against Joe Biden, I think the formula here is to constantly tie Kamala Harris to the Biden administration, which is where Trump is winning against her on the economy, inflation, and all these other problems that we're having, and then sit back and let her talk. Let her explain herself, her past positions, current positions. How does she feel about how Biden has done on the economy? How does she feel about the border? Well, then turn it over and let her talk.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us tonight, Donna and Reince. We're all staying tuned. Can't wait.
And I have to say, as we are just less than 2 minutes away,
Less than 2 minutes.
Such an extraordinary moment.
2 minutes.
When you consider that these two people that have been the center of our lives for the last 2 months have never met each other.
Have never even met each other. And Harris said, if you got something to say, say it to my face.
Well,
the question tonight, does Donald Trump actually go there? He's questioned her racial identity. He's questioned her intelligence as well. Or does he stick to the issues?
After all this.
Look, this is the largest audience they're likely going to have in this race. It will be interesting to see if Harris can make clear the stark choice before voters. And where does she decide to land her punches? She can punch hard. Can she do that? Or rise
No,
above
she
the needle
can't.
But first and foremost, are we going to see a handshake when the two of them meet for the first time?
Oh, my
Back
God.
in 2016 when I did that debate, we'll stand by to see that tonight. But the first time, side to side, together.
And I have my doubts that we're going to see that handshake, but what we are going to see is a spirited debate and perhaps the most consequential general election debate we have ever seen, because almost certainly going to be the last one. So with the stakes so high, the presidential debate just moments away, we have the entire news division keeping an eye on everything. We are going to be fact-checking on our live blog. It's all going to be happening right here. The debate now just 10 seconds away, and we will be back with our post-game show as soon as it's over. We are going to toss it right now to David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
10 seconds.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election. Their first face-to-face meeting.
Oh!
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally, and the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign, Kamala Harris.
Smacks.
We will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
Like how-
debate as tonight's meeting could be the most
In a fight between a
consequential
man and a
their
woman,
campaigns
listen,
of
I'm putting my
election
money
day,
on the
now
guy.
less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala
like
Harris,
6
this is
foot
her
four.
first debate since
He's like
President
6 foot
Biden
6.
withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision
tall.
followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns.
The rules.
The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or
clock.
responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed.
I hate
There is
that.
no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the
This
coin
makes
toss. He
sense.
chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the
Coin
candidates to the
flip.
stage. Vice
Let her
President
go
Kamala
first.
Harris and President Donald Trump.
No, Trump's playing tactically. Walking up slow. Oh,
It's a good debate. Thank you.
have fun.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good
Ciao,
evening. We
Marino.
are looking forward to a
Said
spirited
nice to
and
see you.
thoughtful
Have
debate.
fun.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage
Here's the
of
thing.
homes and housing. And the
Here's
cost of
the
housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. I was my mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan
doing
that
the
I call
mug
the
shot
Trump
face.
sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
They're just going to
First of all,
attack
I have
each
no
other.
sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you on this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll.
He's
The
got a good
polls
point.
say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, and two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress.
Very fair
Wonderful.
point,
Let's
yeah.
go to Congress, do it.
Forgive all
But the
student
fact
loans, are
is
you
that
kidding
for
me?
years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments.
I love her painting
What is
these
happening
fucking
in our country?
like boo-hoo sad
Working
stories.
people, working women
Exactly what I
who
want
are
her to
working
do.
one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me,
thank
I have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the question?
problem.
Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and
Here we
probably
go.
after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue
Which
that's
got her
important to
mad.
Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal
I'm the only
organizations
person on
for the
this
trafficking
stage.
of guns,
She practiced
drugs,
that line.
and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my
Come on,
rallies.
thank her
We have the
again.
biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
say their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you
This is
respond to the rest
true.
of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
She's
laughing about dogs.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
Never mind.
His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former secretary of defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy, look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists, they have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hard-working mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work. to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
When are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted?
David.
When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed. All he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for
I
three
know
and a
who
half
I'm
years
voting for. I know
after
exactly
you lost
why.
the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican,
looked at it.
and said
They
there
said
was
we
no
didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
They said we
Doesn't
didn't
know.
have standing, a technicality.
Why is there
Can you
say equal
imagine a
minds?
system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election. That was won by President Biden and yourself.
He didn't say he didn't
But I
say
do want to
that.
ask
He
you about
said he
something
said
that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States. And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The
XL pipeline in our country. He ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time
I
is
think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets
President
paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Okay. See, now what? Like, I couldn't. I want to listen to that again. I don't know what the hell he said.
We understand
love you, Mom,
national
but-
security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets
President
paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Right. Now, I want to hear every
The ABC
story
News
about Yemen
presidential
and about
debate will continue after
what
this.
you're talking on. I physically can't listen to things. It's impossible, you know. And then when I say it's impossible,
19-year-old Melissa Witt.
She went to meet her mom
It's every
at
day.
Holy Church Week,
Every
but
day.
she never makes it into the bowling alley. Oh my God, no. This was not a young girl who just made it.
They unenroll from school and then they enroll back in.
Schools abroad were found by detectives.
Alright.
Fly out, you can't fly out, whatever.
It is a heart-wrenching day for the family of Melissa Witt.
Police found the body in the Ozark National Forest.
How's it stupid? It's almost natural.
Known serial killer in the area. Could he be involved?
That people can't get flights.
When I, no, not that.
Game-changing piece.
hours on this
children
service.
out of
Most
school
horrific person
or
experience.
not bringing them back to school when it starts,
Police will find out what happened.
At wit's end, the
Now
hunt
you
for
can't
a
get
killer
back in
You know,
time, I
no.
guess.
Take that into consideration. If you're not gonna have a flight back, well, shit, well, just do it like right when school ends. Go, have your fun, get back.
A bombshell.
I mean, I told you this before, and that's an issue. School, they tell these kids or parents, okay, we're dropping you, sign a drop or formal.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
Withdrawal.
You're 24.
Withdrawal.
He's 54.
How does this relate
Okay.
to what's going on here?
Well,
Because you
no,
said all
because
this before.
I know, but we're talking about, you know, people in Yemen.
The 32-year-old former ballerina, the center of the so-called Black Swan trial.
Yeah, so how does it relate?
I don't know.
Spoken out before. Why
I
did you
know.
decide to talk?
I love you, Mom.
The stunning all-new 2020 premieres
Thank
Friday
you, Mom.
No, but seriously, these kids or the parents, they teach the
Nice to be
kids
honest. Yeah.
on a vacation. Okay, that's cool. We'll do it, you know, during when school's out.
I think
Don't take the kid out and they're not going to come back until October or November.
You feel it.
Now you're on a wait list. Fuck you. You know, go find another school. And I am going to tell that. My own 3 meeting. Oh. Right.
good luck.
I mean, it's stupid. It really, I don't understand it. Because, I know I told you, I don't want to harp on
Secret abortion that not
Oh,
even her family knew about.
Okay, Mom, we gotta let it
If
out
you tell a
sometimes.
parent,
What is the relationship
okay,
between Harry and
you know, Mary and Joe, they're going out of the country. They're not going to be back for whatever. Okay, fine. Sign the withdrawal form.
and harsh punishment.
When they come back, that's what we tell them. When they come back, you have
Do you feel the
space.
church accepted
You know,
abuse?
provide
That's him.
It's impossible that you will have space.
But
because
we're
there's
not
50
gonna,
people
I
on
mean,
the
we're
wait
not
list.
gonna really. That's the tragedy.
Then why not tell
You're
them
giving
that?
false hope to people.
Why would you why do that?
I don't know why. That's why I want to ask. Why do you do that?
We are heading into the unknown.
That's a fair question. See, saying
You know, if you're
saying the
dropping
kids
a
shouldn't.
student, then drop them. They're gone. Let somebody else come in who you're waiting to come into, you know, a school.
Reporting from outside Wembley Stadium, surrounded by
It's not stupid. It's an issue without a solution. It's not stupid. It's wrong of us to think of it as stupid.
What does it take to be the most watched
No, it is
newscast in
stupid
America?
because they say illegally fixed spot.
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most
It's
watched
like they're
newscast.
giving
You're watching America's
that,
#1
yeah.
streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
When you come back, if we have spot for your
Live
student,
from the
we'll
National
take
Constitution Center in
See,
Philadelphia.
but you should tell them there's
Come
50
back.
people on the
Here
wait
again,
list and
Yeah.
they'll
David
fill
them.
in.
We
Muir
have a
and
spot
Lindsay
for them,
Davis.
not really.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate
As
tonight.
long-
We're going to
it should
continue
just
here,
be
and I want to turn
honest
to the
about
war
whether
in
it's
Ukraine. We're now
deserved or
2.5
not, but
years
I know.
into this
not.
conflict.
So-
Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
That'd be so
I want the war
boring.
to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe, like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion.
Really?
They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to define one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow, quiet please, he would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't have to talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
You talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I wanted to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen, for years we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying, one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national...
What? Where are you going? Mama. But mom, because I got French. Drinking the natty daddies. Mama. Oh Lord. The natty. You say, oh, I'm drunk. Oh, are you doing okay? The natty daddy. Seems like a noticeable boost. It is like a 40% boost in alcohol. Oh, I don't know. I wanted to.
I'm not gonna watch anymore.
You gotta listen at least. You can.
Security advisor
I
said
just wanted
it
to
was
ask
a
you
weak,
about the nanny
terrible
guy.
deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Time's up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
To defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She has
you
a
have to
plan
move on
to
to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to
President
respond.
Trump,
No, the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry,
I
we're
just
going
need
to
to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never gonna be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still, I had a choice to make.
me get this straight. Yo, Dick
Hey,
is
really bad.
starved.
The difference is they don't get rid of. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I made very clear my position on fracking, and then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away, so stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time. When I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it, pass this whole law in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
You
lot
made
of
a mistake. And number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It was all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to do. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need to be.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up, you ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go, we know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been Vice President. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Shawn Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Presidential debate.
Not exist. If they're here. 1985, I think we could.
Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans, and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like, we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And we are here live on ABC with our post-debate comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively debate from the economy to abortion to Afghanistan. They had it all, and it was historic, John Carl, fiery.
Wow. Wow. That was quite a debate. And I'm Jonathan Carl here with, of course, Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott.
Do not care about any of these people nor their opinions. So this is going on for.
I can tell you, I do not think that part of Donald Trump's debate prep was people eating dogs in Springfield or comparing rally sizes. They wanted him to stay focused on the issues, especially the ones that he has an edge on Harris, economy and immigration.
I mean, you want to get under Donald Trump's skin, you question the people at his rallies. And that was something else. Martha, you have?
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic vice presidential candidate. Welcome, Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
Martha, I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now many Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision, you saw the poise, and you saw the compassion for people. Understanding she spoke about an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about things that are deeply concerning because they make no impact on the American public. He shouldn't be anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous, it reminds you of an old man yelling at the clouds. That was his thing, get off my yard. I contrast that with the place Harris laying out should protect So I think country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up, where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade was the law of the land for 52 years. You saw this in there, and him pushing back to the state, she's exactly right. It's people like Amanda in Texas, which everybody saw on the stage in Chicago, nearly bleeding out, having sepsis twice because she can't get the care. She's been absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald Trump said that is untrue. The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their healthcare providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Walz. John?
And we have the other side of the ticket. We have Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, joining us now. Senator Vance, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
So I want to get to one part of the debate where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban. He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on her record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why wouldn't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this for just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that. She has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us, Marion.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
Might as well finish
We're
it
back now here at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, and with Chris Christie. So, Governor Christie, you heard the debate, remarkable debate. Bottom line, what do you think?
She was exquisitely well prepared. She laid traps, and he chased every rabbit down every hole instead of talking about the things that he should have been talking about. This is the difference between someone who's well prepared and someone who's unprepared. Whoever did debate prep for Donald Trump should be fired. He was not good tonight at all. And what Harris did was what she had to do, which was to prove that she belonged on that stage. She has a voice that wants to try to unite the country. And Donald Trump spent more time talking about people eating pets, people at his rallies, and whether he had more or less than he did about the economy. And that is a huge fail tonight. I think what we're going to see is that Kamala Harris is now being seen by a lot of voters as a potential president. That's what she needed to accomplish tonight. Trump better get to work or he's going to lose this election.
Characteristically blunt assessment from Governor Chris Christie. Thank you, Governor. Marion?
All right, let's go to former DNC Chair Donna Brazil. So, Donna, you have certainly studied many a debate in your career. How does this one compare?
I think it was one of the best debate performances I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen a lot, and I've helped a lot of people prepare for these big moments. She met the moment. She seized the opportunity to tell the American people what she would do during her 4 years. She commanded the issues, and she did not allow the former president to bait her. Instead, she led the way forward. She turned the page, and I think this race is about to get even more interesting now.
We will see if it moves the needle, Donna. Thank you. All right, over to the other side now. Former RNC Chair Reince Priebus. All right, Reince. The Harris campaign says they want another debate. If you were advising the Trump campaign, would you tell them to do it?
Sure, I would tell him to do it. And the reason is like I said before, Donald Trump's numbers just don't move. I mean, the reality tonight, I know Donna's excited, but the truth is, Kamala Harris didn't address the most important thing that the American people care about, which is the economy and the cost of living. She had no answers on immigration. She had no answers when she was asked about defunding the police. She had nothing to say about the families that were lost in Afghanistan, which was a true layup. She should have been fact-checked a lot more on some of the things she said in regard to this comment about a bloodbath, which was about the auto industry. So look, I think a lot of things were not said tonight that she needed to say in order to move the numbers, and I don't think Donald Trump's numbers move at all. They haven't moved at all for months.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazil, both thank you for your time.
All right, well, I got to say, again, what a incredible debate, consequential debate, no doubt. I don't know how many votes will actually be moved. I don't know how many persuadable voters are actually out there. But Kamala Harris had a chance here to introduce herself to the country, to people who know who she is but don't know where she stands. Now, you could debate how much she did in terms of the specifics of where she stands, but she stood up there, and I think it was very significant to hear Chris Christie say that she acted like she seemed like she belonged.
Exactly, and Chris was clearly impressed with that. But to your point, John, what matters is what the voters think. Kamala Harris was hurling things against Donald Trump, and he's been convicted, and January 6th and everything else she could throw at him. But in the end, right now, he is tied with Kamala Harris. Does this change anything? We've all seen debates where people are very proud of what they did. Hillary Clinton thought she won that debate, many debates in 2016, and she didn't win. So you have to be very careful, and it's very important to see what the voters think.
And look, the Harris campaign certainly thinks that they were, they put him on the defensive. They are going to keep getting out and making this message. She's going to be out there in those critical battlegrounds again later this week. They're so optimistic. They want that second debate. As Rachel said, the message from the campaign tonight, Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. They're looking for one in October. They say, is Donald Trump, ? One last go of him to end the night.
Wow, that is something else. I did not predict that at the beginning. Rachel.
Bottom line, voters out there want a change. That's what the polls say. And both of these candidates really trying to present themselves as the agent of change. We'll have to see in the polls who did the most effective job of doing that tonight.
We will see. All right, that is it for us here in
How
Philadelphia.
could Kamala
A
be
night
an
to
agent of
remember
change
for
if
sure.
she's already there?
Our race for the White House post-debate coverage continues on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, Hulu, and anywhere else you stream live news. And your local news is
And bootlegged on YouTube. Oh, that's so bad.
And thank you so much for joining us on this special edition of ABC News Live, the race for the White House. I'm Blake Johnson. We're live from the spin room here in Philadelphia. You can see all the people gathering and the spin that's going on behind me after that historic face-off between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. A pivotal night in a historically close presidential race. It started with a handshake and a nice to see you, but then the candidates held nothing back. Take a look.
She was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
Big moment.
Does that sound familiar?
For 90 minutes, highlighting their vast differences on everything from America's involvement in foreign wars to abortion rights and immigration. The former president promising to strengthen the economy, while Harris offered a vision for a less divided country.
We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
And I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger.
Our poll is showing the race still neck and neck within the margin of error, including in the battleground states. But the question on many people's minds right now is who won the night on this first and likely last face-off in the race for president. We have live team coverage from the National Constitution Center and here in the spin room. We begin with our Jay O'Brien covering it all.
Kamala Harris. Tonight, the historic face-off. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump going head-to-head in their first and what will likely be their only debate before Election Day.
If she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. She has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window.
I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies. What you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you.
Trump lashing out.
It's been so bad, it's so ridiculous.
Trump in his 7th presidential debate, Harris her first.
I have talked with military leaders, some of whom work with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
The candidates clashing on major issues like the economy.
Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy.
Abortion.
And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. She said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote.
And immigration.
I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof.
Harris mentioning Trump's legal woes, including 4 felony indictments and 1 conviction.
I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
Trump doubling down on his lies that he won the 2020 election.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge it at all.
But
You
you
said
did
that
say it.
sarcastically, you know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that, and clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that.
Their differences start making their pitches in a race that
Wonder
poll
if
after
Kamala
poll
is
show
gonna
is neck and neck.
The President
Now,
of
this
the
is
United
freedom of
States is
speech,
Commander-in-Chief. And
There's
the
no
American
fucking chat
people
here.
have a right to rely
Live
on a
commentary.
president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake
Plenty of big moments in the debate tonight. So joining us now is former Congressman Cedric Richmond, who's now co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign. Mr. Richmond, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Heading into tonight's debate, the polls were showing that Kamala Harris still needed to tell her story, that voters wanted to know more about her and the issues and where she stood on the positions that matter to the voters. How do you think she did tonight?
Well, I think rightfully so. I think voters deserve to know the candidates that they're voting for. And I think she did an excellent job tonight, talking about not only her values, but talking about her plan for the American people. And I think that was the big difference tonight. She focused on how do I help Americans dealing with several challenges, the challenges of childcare, the challenges of affordable housing, the challenges of rising grocery prices, and I think she addressed all of that. And I think the American people are giving her a fresh look, and I think she did an excellent job.
Donald Trump, the former president, says that she's a flip-flopper. She can't be trusted because her issues have evolved so much over the years. Do you think that she properly addressed that tonight?
Absolutely. I think that
Trump
she was
against two
she hit
moderators
direct
and
on
theirs.
and talked about, for example, with fracking and healthcare. She said she wouldn't ban fracking as vice president. She didn't ban fracking, and she has no intention on banning fracking. When she talked about healthcare, she said her values was always that healthcare should be a right and not a privilege just for the rich. And she talked about how to expand healthcare. So I think she did a very good job of going into her policies and how they align with her values as growing up in a middle-class family, and how that relates to the families in the United States right now.
Another thing heading into tonight, the polls showed that voters, for the most part, trusted Trump more on some key issues like immigration and the economy. Kamala Harris did not answer the question right off the top of whether Americans are better now than they were 4 years ago before Joe Biden took office. Is that going to be a continued problem for her?
4 years ago, 50% of the schools in this country were closed. You had thousands, but 50% of the schools in this country were closed. 10 million people were out of work. You had businesses shut down, and now you have a resurgence, 16 million jobs created, schools open. So I think what the vice president was doing, and she did a good job of doing, was articulating where we started, where we are now, and what her plans and how it would chart a new way forward. And I think she did a good job with that.
I want to go ahead and take a listen to a clip here that we prepared. This is the candidates talking about each other's policies. Let's take a listen.
I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
So that's, again, to that same narrative here, the Trump team trying to define her. Do you believe, are you confident that she's able to change this narrative going forward? Clearly, the voters still want to know more about her. They want to know where she stands. Do you think that she's going to be able to do that in the days and weeks ahead?
Yeah, I think she did a great job of it tonight, and part of what a debate is, it's a compare and contrast. And I think that she talked about our values, and I think he talked about himself. He's still stuck thinking he won the 2020 election. In fact, that was the lowest point on the dials when he still rehashed that he won the election in 2020. Her highest point on the dial is when she talked about she was going to be a president for all of America, that she was going to work hard to improve the quality of life of everybody in this country. And I think that she did a great job tonight, and she's willing to keep doing it, and she's going to keep showing people who she is, and who she's fighting for, and that's the American people.
Former Congressman Cedric Richmond, thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's turn now to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who is joining us right now. And Rachel, obviously, you've been on the campaign trail. You've been talking about the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. One of the big issues, and there was a significant moment tonight, was the topic of abortion. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
Obama's third term.
So, Rachel, forgive me, a lot going on here in the spin room, but your takeaway on what we just heard right there, I know people with the Harris campaign are saying that that was a strong moment for her.
Yeah, it looks awfully busy in that spin room behind you, but I know a lot of those surrogates there for the Harris campaign and for the Trump campaign are going to be getting questions about this because this is going to be a critical defining issue in this election. Look, abortion rights could be on the ballot in as many as 12 states, including several key battlegrounds. And this is why you have Harris, who has been the leading voice on this issue for the Biden administration, really taking it to the former president, who has been sort of all over the map on where he stands. Look, his record is clear. He appointed 3 of the 5 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. At the same time today, when he was pressed on his stance, even what his own running mate has said, that he would veto a national abortion ban, you heard the former president not even committing to that. And so Harris does see this as a very effective line of attack, especially when you look at the polls. She still has that double-digit edge, especially in those battleground states among likely female voters with.
And one of the areas where former President Trump has struggled is connecting to those women voters, especially those who are undecided. What is the sense, how is the Trump campaign responding to how he did on that tonight?
Yeah, well, the former president's campaign insists that Harris essentially didn't necessarily go into a lot of detail about her policy positions. They continue to insist that they're doing very well among likely female voters, but they also know, Whit, that this is an area the former president has to do some work on ahead of November. And it's a reason why you are seeing the former president really turn his focus, as he tried to say in the debate tonight, toward things like IVF. And him saying that he wants the government to provide free IVF to women in this country. It's a reason why he's trying to turn the page and focus more on women's issues, because he knows that he's behind in the polls compared to Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, whether or not he did an effective job at laying that all out tonight, I think that remains to be seen. I still think that tonight the former president drifted into a lot of areas that his advisors and allies just did not want him to go into. They wanted him to stay on message. They didn't want this whole back and forth over rallies and crowd size or people who are allegedly eating pets in Ohio. They wanted him to really focus on the issues with.
All right, Rachel Scott, we're going to talk more about that right now. We appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to bring in Senator Marco Rubio from Florida. And that question, Marco, we're going to pick it up right there. We've heard from advisors and Trump campaign officials going into tonight that they were hoping that the former president would stay on the issues and stay on message. Do you believe that he accomplished that? How would you rate him tonight?
First of all, I think that Donald Trump has been running for president since 2016. He has been president. Americans have lived under the Trump presidency. He's well defined on these things. And a lot of things he said tonight is part of the persona. And so I think if he hadn't done some of those things, people would be watching and saying, oh, that's a different Donald Trump. It's not the same guy. I think the person with the onus tonight was Kamala Harris, who's still not very well known. And I think tonight what you take away from it and everything she says in the days to come, what I think a lot of voters, real voters, not political pundits, not people like me, just people that are out there in the real world watching this that are going to be voting, that aren't daily political people, they're taking away from it. We don't know a lot about her. And tonight we found out she either basically is the same as Joe Biden on public policy, or even potentially farther to the left, given her positions in 2019 and 2020, when she wanted to pay for the transgender surgeries of illegal migrants in detention, when she was raising money to bail out rioters. A lot of people didn't know she was doing that, where she wanted to defund ICE. Or she's just like Don. And by the way, one of the most outrageous moments tonight, she stood there and basically touted what happened in Afghanistan as a success, that it was a great success. It was a humiliation, it was a disaster. It was not a withdrawal. It was a retreat, and a costly retreat. It cost 13 American lives, cost our national
She's
prestige.
trying to put it back on the Trump campaign in the sense that these were dates that were previously established and
There was no
negotiated by the Trump
No.
administration.
That's what she said. That's a lie. Because there was no dates that said the Taliban runs you out. What happened there basically was the Taliban forced the Afghan government that she was bragging about. It just collapsed. They just abandoned their posts. They ran us out of the country. They gave us 72 hours to get out, and we had to leave behind $90 billion worth of equipment that they were just parading around the other day. That was not a part of any Trump plan. That most certainly was not part. That was a result of the collapse of that government due to the malfeasance, malpractice of the State Department and the Department of Defense. Not a single person's been fired for it. Everybody sees it for the humiliation that it was, even Democrats. And she's bragging about it as a great success. But there's a lot more to unpack here. Tonight, for the first time, that 25% of Americans that say they wanted to learn more about her, they're beginning to learn that, in fact, she was not born on July 24th of this year. She was vice president. She's been there when 50% increases happened in our groceries bill. She's been in the White House when over 10 million people have entered this country unlawfully over the last 3.5 years.
Can I ask you about immigration? Obviously, this is something that you've spoken about, and so has the former president. Polls show that Americans, voters, at least right now, trust former President Trump more on the issue of abortion. But does it help his case when he comes out?
Immigration.
On immigration, forgive me. On immigration, but does it help his case when he comes out and talks about things like, migrants kidnapping and eating pets in Ohio? Does that help his
there's
case?
people, listen, I don't know if that's true or not true. What he said tonight was that there are people out there putting that on social media.
Government officials have told us that.
The city manager said they had no reports of it, but there are actual people, real people who are claiming this, and that it's happening in Springfield, Ohio, that's had like an influx of 15 or 20 million migrants brought here under this parole program, and that's claims that people are making, and that's what he's pointing to. But irrespective of that, beyond it, the people, I was just in Ohio last week, and people were talking about Springfield, and what they were saying is, it has been a real burden on, that same city manager, I believe, was the one that came out and said, we have a housing crisis, because they flooded our community with people that were brought in under the Biden parole program. The Biden immigration program has been a complete and absolute disaster. It has led to 9 or 10 million people coming into this country unlawfully, including people they claim they vetted that turn out to be members of a very violent Venezuelan gang that is now terrorizing New York City, Chicago, parts of Florida, and Aurora, Colorado, as was pointed out tonight. She has to answer for that. She's been there when all this was happening. Why didn't they do anything about it? I was disappointed, frankly, that she was not pressed more on that, on the record of the last 3.5 years. She has not been some bystander. She has been in the White House, the second most powerful figure in this administration, when all these terrible things have happened to our country. She should have been forced to answer more for that. That said, I think that tonight, those issues, the President Trump, effectively raised those issues in the minds of a lot of undecided voters, who I think are going to begin to take that into account as they fill in the blanks of who she is.
What about the issue of election integrity? Trump, again, tonight would not acknowledge the results of the 2020 election. He also, when asked multiple times if he had any regrets about January 6th, didn't answer that question. Is that going to be a problem for him?
Well, I think what he said about January 6th was that he's not responsible for what happened that evening.
You don't think he bears any responsibility for that?
I believe in individual agency. I think there were a lot of people that went to Washington to protest, and there were a handful of crazies that went in to do something they shouldn't have done. And among those, there were people that were violent and people that committed crimes. And the ones who committed violent crimes, those people should serve their sentences if you committed an act of violence. But I don't think that they did it. Donald Trump didn't tell them to go do it. And that's what he has said. I do think, on the other hand, we have to ask Democrats, what about these people that are out there excusing the rioters that were burning down American cities?
But
some of whom weren't even prosecuted.
Do you have confidence that this is going to be a free and fair election, and there will be
free and fair elections is one thing, but people have to have confidence in the process. For example, in the state of Georgia, they entered into a consent decree. They ignored their own laws because they entered into a consent decree and allowed a court to change their laws and how you're allowed to vote and when and what method and so forth. And when you do that in multiple places, including here in the Commonwealth, that undermines people's confidence, especially in a close election. That's why election laws are so important. That's why they need to be followed. It's not just about getting the count right. It's about conducting an election in a way that gives everybody confidence that nothing happened that shouldn't have happened. And that didn't happen in 2020 because COVID caused a lot of states to try to create flexibility that didn't exist in statute.
But the investigations never found any examples of widespread fraud.
But it's almost impossible to find widespread fraud. But that's not the claim I've ever made. The claim is that they have not followed their own laws. And when you don't follow your own laws of election, you open the door to fraud. But more importantly, you open the door to a lack of confidence in your electoral process. When you say these are the rules, and then you violate those rules, you are undermining people's confidence in the election, especially when one side comes up short by a very narrow margin. That's why election laws are so important, to protect people's confidence in the elections. That's why they're so important, and they weren't followed in 2020 in multiple jurisdictions.
All right, Senator Rubio, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Let's go ahead and head over to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who's been talking to both campaigns. Mary, your thoughts on what we've been hearing so far from the Harris campaign?
Oh, look, they certainly are absolutely thrilled with how this night turned out. They think that Kamala Harris was out there looking presidential, that she was in command, and that they feel she did, shine a spotlight on Donald Trump's record, that she was able to articulate her positions and pivot and get under Trump's skin. And look, there's no question she did successfully goad him in many instances, and they feel that she was really successful at that she threw Donald Trump off message. And it does appear, is that Donald Trump there going into the spin room, perhaps, making an entrance there as well? I know you'll keep an eye on that. Let me know if you need to turn there. But, one of the things that's so interesting is looking ahead now, where does the Kamala Harris team go? Because so much of this comes down to whether, that they can spin this how they want, Trump's team can spin this how he wants. But what it comes down to are those key independent voters. Harris is going to be out there in those key battleground states in the coming days. And they feel this was so successful, they are now asking for a second debate in October, challenging Trump to see if he will accept that debate. Maybe you can shout that question to him there, Whit. And in a final, just, sort of top off the night here, Taylor Swift tweeting out to her 283 million followers that she is now endorsing Kamala Harris, but that is going to be something that's hard for Trump to shake off.
Hey, Mary, forgive me. Former President Donald Trump is here in the spin room. Whenever there's an audience, we know that the former president likes to be part of it, so he has essentially taken over. And there is a scramble here on the spin room floor. Let's go to Jay O'Brien. I think you're right there in the middle of it. Jay, what's going on?
Wait, Donald Trump has just walked into the spin room here. He's walking here. Mr. Trump, we're live on ABC News here, sir. Mr. Trump. I think he's about to talk. Wait, here we go.
So we thought it was our best debate ever. It was my best debate ever, I think. And it was very interesting. It showed how weak they are, how pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country and the border with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind.
Did she get into your head tonight, sir?
The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They ruined our country. They destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was a very interesting evening. Yeah, so
confident you won tonight. Why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did. But people said when I come here, and I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President, you talked to...
I have no idea.
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair, the moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big deal. Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why won't you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris?
She wants a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see. 71% to like 24 and 25%. We'll look at it.
All right, Whit, so if you still have me, he's walked a little bit away from our camera. Now he's at the edge there. You won't be able to hear him well. But one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine Folders asking, why not commit to another debate if you believe that you won? He said he believes he won this debate, but then he was also asked, why be here in the spin room spinning about this debate if it's a debate that you believe was a clean win? We're going to try to get you as close as we can to Donald Trump, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear. Let me try to get my mic in there and see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
Yeah, we're listening. Let's see what we can hear.
I had great debates. I thought this was.
I want to see what the comments are. Or it's like, wow, you can't even fucking hear him. So what moment is it out of? 3:33, 5 minutes at the end. Where's the chat? Live chat replays not available? No way they fucking cut the live chat. Those bastards, dude. They just had it up. Oh, I bet there's some good shit in that chat. Goddamn, cut them off. Fucking, I hate when they silence free speech like that. Like, oh, fucking, oh, it's not available. Go fuck yourself.
Well, I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president. He's, the office of the vice president. And certainly, if you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's tried to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What did you think?
Mr. President! Mr. President!
What am I doing? Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 24. What do you think of the moderator's sanctions used throughout the debate? Well, I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were established.
All right. So if I can just tell you what we're seeing, because it's probably still hard to hear him. Donald Trump has entered the spin room. He's gaggled with reporters. He came over to our camera just a few moments ago, and now he's walked over to the corner there to another section of the gaggle here. It's hard to see him. I'm going to try to keep the camera on Donald Trump as much as we can, although there's a sea of heads to get in here. Here he comes. Wait, hold on.
Mr. President, over here, Mr. President!
He's going over there.
And
All right. So if you can see, that's the back of his head. He's walked into the spin room. This was an unannounced visit. He has said numerous things about the debate, the top line being that he believes that he won. He talked about polls that we're not certain where they exactly came from as to showing him up in the race. But the point being is Donald Trump has made this unscheduled appearance here to the spin room to say that he won, but he got asked the question, why be here in the spin room if you believe this was a clean win? And he didn't really fully answer that.
All right, Jake, forgive me as we're following everything. Former President Trump right there in the spin room.
We are going to step away from this just for a second. We'll come back if anything happens. But we want to talk to our Republican and Democratic strategists, Reince Priebus and Donna Brazil, to get their reaction to everything that's happening. I'm sure there's no surprise to you that he came here to the spin room, wanted to take over and be the center of the floor. But Donna Brazil, let's start with you because obviously this was a big moment for both candidates, a pivotal moment. Donald Trump says that he won the debate and that Kamala Harris lost badly. How do you see it tonight?
Once again, the President of the United States, the former President, is once again just making it up as he go along. Look, I've never seen a candidate walk into a spin room to try to control the conversation when he fumbled, when he wasn't able to deliver. He ran it. He went back to his rally notes. He had nothing to offer the American people. And even when he got a second bite at the apple, something he didn't even deserve in the conversation, he brought us back to his dangerous, distorted realm of being. It was pitiful to watch him. Look, I thought the Vice President gave a solid performance. She showed the American people tonight that she has the vision to lead this country. She wants to unite this country. She talked about lowering costs. She talked about what they are doing now and what she plans to do in the future. So I think the Vice President should be proud of her performance tonight. She knows she has a lot of work to do. She got to get more people, to rally and to support the candidacy. But you see the former president out there trying to get the media to pay attention to him. The Vice President said, let's pay attention to the American people. They deserve better.
Let's bring in Reince Priebus because Reince, earlier this evening when we were talking before the debate, the recommendation that you gave, or the advice that you said that you would give the former president, was for him to not take the bait and to stay focused on the issues. There were a few moments there when Kamala Harris was able to get under his skin, specifically when she was talking about crowd sizes and things like that. How do you think the former president did?
Well, I think she did get under his skin a few times. I mean, that's obvious. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think Donald Trump's numbers change at all. And I think the big mistake that Kamala Harris made is she didn't address head on the biggest issue in the race, which is the economy, the cost of living. She had nothing to say on immigration. She had no answer when she was asked about defunding the police. She had nothing to say about the families that were lost in Afghanistan. So I think those are opportunities lost. I do think that the President Trump anyway, closed very well when he said, look, you work in the White House every day and you talk about the things that you want to do. Why don't you do the things now that you work in the White House? And so I thought that was a strong ending. Whether or not anyone was moved tonight is another story, because I don't think Trump's numbers moved, and I actually don't think Kamala Harris addressed the most important issues in the race. Getting Trump mad about crowd sizes and all these other things is not going to move any voters at all.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazil, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, we do want to bring in Tulsi Gabbard, former Congresswoman and Trump campaign advisor. She is joining us here in the spin room. And Tulsi, it's good to see you.
Thank
you. You have a unique perspective here because not only have you debated against Kamala Harris, but you were once a Democrat. Now you support former President Trump, and you helped him with some of his debate prep. How do you think the evening went? Did you see some of the things that you discussed before the debate play out in real time tonight?
President Trump kept this debate very focused on the issues that matter most to the American people. I think, to me, when you look at this debate, that was the biggest contrast, is that President Trump really brought voice to the American people who are concerned about crime on their streets, who are concerned about millions of illegal immigrants crossing the border, and how this doesn't just affect the border communities, this is affecting, in a very negative way, communities all across the country. He kept coming back to these issues. He kept coming back to the economy and how more and more Americans are continuing to struggle to afford basic necessities, groceries, gas, supplies, things that they're reminded of every single day, that their dollar is going shorter and shorter. It doesn't go as far as it used to be. These are the issues that the American people are most concerned about, and quite frankly, that Kamala Harris not only didn't really speak to or address, but she also didn't recognize and admit the fact that people are in this position today given the Biden-Harris administration's policies, and that they have been the ones in the White House these past 4 years not Donald Trump.
So you talked about immigration and the economy. Those are two issues that voters have trusted, at least in the polling shows they trust Trump a bit more. But one area where he's been vulnerable has been abortion. And we heard from Nikki Haley earlier. She suggested that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance need to change the way they speak about women. Tonight, there were some heated exchanges over the issue of abortion. Trump himself has struggled to sort of define where he stands right now. How do you think he handled that part of the debate?
I think he clarified and told the truth about a lot of things that Kamala Harris accused him of that were outright lies. She was trying to tell the American people that he supports a federal abortion ban. He does not. She tried to tell the American people that he's trying to ban IVF, something that's personal to me because it's something that my husband and I, for years, tried to start our own family through the use of IVF. It didn't work out for us, works out for a lot of families. President Trump was quick on the draw when that Alabama court ruled, and he immediately said, no, we have to protect IVF, and the Alabama state legislature took action. She continues to say things, trying to say he's trying to ban birth control. That is also 100% false. So President Trump, I think, did a good job in clarifying the truth after Kamala Harris continued to lob lie after lie at him, saying things that he stood for that frankly just are not true.
Well, the former president made some false claims, too. He said that, there were states that wanted to kill babies after they were born. We fact-checked that a bunch of times, even prior to the debate. There is not a single state in this country that would allow that sort of thing. But I want to ask you about something else. He also made a pretty serious allegation saying that he took a bullet to the head because of the way Democrats, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, have been talking about him, saying that he's a threat to democracy. You're a former Democrat. Do you think that Democrats are to blame, at least in part, for that assassination attempt? And remember, the FBI says they don't know what the motive was in that attack.
There is no doubt in my mind that those who use such insightful rhetoric as calling Donald Trump the same as our modern-day Hitler, not once, not twice, but year after year after year after year. It doesn't take an FBI, it shouldn't take an FBI investigator to add 1 + 1 = 2. People always say, well, what would you have done if you were in a position where you could have stopped Hitler back during World War II? To think that any person watching them call Donald Trump today's modern-day Hitler wouldn't take it upon themselves to say, hey, maybe I should be that hero to go and take out this man who these people I see on television, who these powerful people in Washington are saying is our modern-day Hitler, then you're not actually living in the real world. There are consequences to using that dangerous, insightful rhetoric, and it would not surprise me to know that it would lead to that very dangerous and tragic situation.
Former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you for your time.
Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you. Let's head out to, we're going to talk more on the issue of immigration right now. We've got ABC News contributor Maria Elena Salinas and ABC News national correspondent Maria Villarreal, who is at the border in El Paso right now. Thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. So from the start of the debate here, former President Trump attacked the Biden administration's policies on immigration. Let's take a listen to at least some of those exchanges.
They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous.
Maria, let's start with you because we heard Trump there repeating some claims about a flood of people coming from prisons, jails, mental institutions, stealing American jobs. What should voters know about these claims?
Listen, we talked about this in the pre-show, that this would be his fallback because he feels very confident when he talks about immigration, very supported. But there is some issues, some concern with this, because a lot of what he talks about are spins on exactly what the truth might be. So, for example, yes, we've had some record numbers during the Biden administration of encounters with migrants at the border. However, that does not mean that they are coming from mental health institutions and prisons. In fact, there are no facts that actually prove that statement that he has continued to say. Some other points that definitely stuck out to me, again, we've heard a lot of people referencing the comment he made from Ohio and how migrants are stealing pets and eating them. Again, we've had a number of people fact check that, and it is not true. I mean, and then the biggest one for us is when he talks about the influence of the presidential election and how migrants are being shipped to the United States in order for them to vote. Look, it is very clear there are laws on the books that say already that you have to be a U.S. citizen in order to vote. If you vote illegally, you will go to jail. So those laws are already in the books. So yes, while we did hear Trump talk a lot about immigration, we didn't really hear a lot of truth here. On the other side of it, I do want to point out that every time Kamala Harris was asked about immigration, we didn't hear what voters have continued to say they need. They wanted policy, they wanted facts, they wanted strategy for the future. I just don't think that we heard that from either candidate tonight on this particular issue, which is very big for voters.
And Maria Elena, let's bring you into this conversation. Recent polls suggest voters do trust Donald Trump over Kamala Harris on the issue of immigration. We've talked about that. Did Vice President Harris do an effective job outlining how her policies would be different from Biden's? She's trying to walk a fine line here, being a supportive vice president while also being a candidate that she says about the future.
Right. Vice President Harris did not really talk much about immigration other than to accuse former President Trump of killing the bipartisan bill by convincing Republicans to simply not vote for it or not put it out on the floor. And what she did say was that she would sign that bipartisan bill once it was approved by Congress and would turn it into law. Of course, this is a bill that would limit the amount of migrants that could enter the country and put more agents at the border. But let me just say that it seems as if President Trump is running on demonizing immigrants and creating fear that they are criminals, killing Americans and eating cats and dogs, like Medea mentioned. But on the issues that Latinos really care about most, the economy, the high cost of housing, she did spell out what she would do to improve living conditions, at least somewhat. And former President Trump, on the other hand, didn't really give any specifics other than saying that the economy under him would be bigger and better and that he would impose tariffs on foreign countries. So when it comes to the issues that Latino voters care about, there seem to be more specifics from VP Harris than from former President Trump. I think a lot of Latino voters out there would have liked to hear more on what Kamala Harris plans to do, and if she really is going to implement that double approach, which is tough on the border, but at the same time, and be humane when it comes to immigrants that are already living in this country and have families. So that, I think, part is pending.
We'll stand by to hear more as the campaign continues. Maria Elena Salinas and Maria Villarreal. Thanks to you both. And as we mentioned earlier, the economy, of course, one of the major points of interest for tonight's debate. So here to discuss more on that and how the candidates did on that issue, Elizabeth Schulze is joining us. So, Elizabeth, what answers on the economy specifically stood out to you the most?
Well, and Whit, the very first question of the debate was on the economy. Vice President Harris was asked if she believes Americans are better off now than they were 4 years ago. And frankly, as you pointed out, she didn't answer the question. She instead pivoted to talk about, in broad brushstrokes, some of the policies that she's highlighting: small business tax credits, down payment assistance for home buyers, an expanded child tax credit. Notably, some of the policies she highlighted on the economy front, Whit, were distinct from what we've seen under President Biden. She is really trying to distance herself in some ways from President Biden's economic record, because we know that this has been a liability for the Biden administration. At times, we did see former President Trump attack the Biden administration, and including Vice President Harris's record on the economy. He also doubled down on his plan for more tariffs. But I was also struck with that former President Trump did not go after Vice President Harris more on the issue of inflation. This is one that we know he leads on, he has an edge on, and at times he started going there, but then got sidetracked by some of those personal attacks. When you talk to voters, what they want to know is the answer to that question. They want to answer, are they better off financially now than they were 4 years ago? And will they be better off in 4 years too?
And Elizabeth, also, we mentioned that ABC News Ipsos polling earlier that said that voters trusted Donald Trump's ability to handle the economy more than they did for Vice President Harris. How would you grade each of them making their cases today? You gave us a little bit of a breakdown there, but specifically, I think a lot of voters wanted and were eager for more specifics. Did we get that tonight?
If we're trying to give a grade on specifics from either candidate, we did not get that at all. Poor, even failing grade on the policy specific front. In fact, much more of this was about presenting this vision from for the future from both sides. So we heard Vice President Harris talk about the opportunity economy. She didn't get into a lot of the details about how some of those proposals, for example, would be paid for. On the other hand, we heard former President Trump really tout his own economic record, but he also ignored the fact that a lot of his policies have questions about how they pay for it. I mean, just broadly speaking, with not a lot of mention on tax.
They are still going. Yeah, fuck that. See you cocksuckers later. I can't believe they cut the live chat. Live chat replay is not available. Oh man, quite a lot of videos coming out. Boom, bam, boom, boom, bam. Let's watch them. Bing, bang, bong. Kamala Harris pressed on
Say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I'm actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Short days, we're going to take back this country, and it's going to start right here in the state of Arizona. Now, I got to say, I've been in politics all of 2 years, and you meet some really good people, and you meet some real scumbags. And you in Arizona are absolutely, you have some of the best people representing the state of Arizona. And I want to... Representative Paul Gosar. Where's Paul at? Thank you, Paul, for being a good guy. I want to call out the chair of the Arizona Republican Party, Gina. Where is Gina? There we go, Gina. We've got Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. Where's Mark? Mark. And we've got Karen Taylor. Where's Karen? Karen. We've also got Debbie Weiss here. Where's Debbie at? Debbie, thank you. Again, some great leaders here in Arizona, and this campaign, my friends, is about a very simple thing. It's about taking this country back and taking the great Arizona leadership style to Washington, D.C., and there's no way to do that. There's no way to do that unless we fire San Francisco liberal Kamala Harris and promote Donald Trump to President of the United States. Now, we're here, and I want to talk a little bit about the border, my friends, because you guys see it more than anybody else. The American southern border is a disaster, and we're going to talk about the ways in which Kamala Harris has broken it. We're going to talk about the ways in which Donald Trump has fixed it, and then we're going to talk to the American media afterwards. So we'll take some questions from the press, because whether they're hostile or friendly, if you want to be the people's president or vice president, you ought to talk to the press. You ought to make your case to the American people and not run from them. And I'm sure because President Trump and I are the only candidates in this race who will actually talk to the press, that they'll only ask us friendly and nice questions, right? Don't hold your breath. And by the way, it's good to be here in Arizona, even in early September. I will tell you, though, we brought the whole crew to Arizona. I've got my lovely wife, Usha. Usha, where'd they put you at? But we brought our 3 kids. They're 7, 4, and 2. We even brought our dog. And I'll tell you, after about 15 minutes this morning in the Arizona heat, they were all tapped out. You guys are a lot tougher in Arizona than we are in the state of Ohio. I've never seen 3 kids who were anxious to get out of the hotel room wilt in 15 minutes. They were ready for the AC after about 15 minutes, and we're so thrilled with the welcome that you guys have given them, and we're so thrilled with what this state could be with better leadership at the federal level. I mean, think about this, y'all. So, Kamala Harris is an interesting candidate. Yeah, we should vote her because she deserves it. I won't stop you from doing that. But think about this. This is a person who became the vice president of the United States on a promise of open borders, and she actually delivered. On day 1, Kamala Harris said, we're going to suspend deportations. On day 1, Kamala Harris said, we're going to stop Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. And remember what that does is, if you come into this country and you claim asylum, you got to wait in Mexico while your claim is being adjudicated. We're not going to release you into the country, give you a work permit and health care benefits. You got to remain in Mexico. She stopped that policy on day 1. And then also on day 1, she re-implemented the terrible catch and release policy that allows people to take advantage of our system. She stopped the border wall. You go to the border wall, of course, all across the state of Arizona, you see it sitting there on the ground. And she did this crazy thing where they did parole for millions upon millions of illegal aliens. That is the record of Kamala Harris. Well, I bring a message from Donald J. Trump. If you are in this country illegally, in 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home. Now, and here's what we're going to do on top of it. We are going to re-implement deportations in this country. We're going to finish that beautiful border wall along the state of Arizona and everywhere else. We're going to stop catch and release, and we're going to stop giving Medicare benefits and health care benefits to illegal aliens. They deserve to go to American citizens, not the people who have no right to be in this country.
disagree with that sentiment heavily.
Spectrum. You know, we've got on the Trump team, we've got people like Nikki Haley and Brian Kemp, and we've also got RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. You know why? Common sense. Common sense is what unites the Republican ticket in 2024. You don't have to agree with me or Donald Trump on every single issue, but you know we are united in some basic common sense. We're going to close down that border. We're going to bring down the cost of housing and groceries for American citizens. We're going to try to persuade our fellow Americans instead of censoring them, and we're going to fire that crazy person, Kamala Harris. We're not going to give her a promotion. That's the common sense, unity view of the United States of America. Now let's just talk about some of the wages, some of the costs of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe just last month we had the largest fentanyl bust in the history of this country, $12.6 million of fentanyl. And let's talk just a little bit about the human cost of this, because these are not just statistics. $12.6 million, that's a lot of money, of course, and that's a lot of fentanyl. But let me tell you just a personal story. You know, a lot of you know where I came from and how I grew up, but some of you don't. I was raised by my grandmother, a working class Appalachian woman from eastern Kentucky. She was a Spitfire. God bless you guys. Thank you. Now, Mamaw was an interesting study in contrast. You know, Mamaw, she was a woman of very deep Christian faith, and she was. Even though she didn't graduate from high school, she thought very seriously about what her Christian faith required of her. Mamaw also loved the F word, my friend. She was and I'll tell you, my wife will attest to this. She gets mad at me from time to time because, you know, sometimes I talk like Mamaw, and that means sometimes our 4-year-old talks like Mamaw, and nobody wants a 4-year-old who talks like Mamaw. I won't even repeat some of the things that she said. I know we've got cameras here, and we've got some kids too, but, you know, Mamaw, because she was tough, but because she was loving, and because she was firm and disciplined, but also because she gave me a home when I needed one, I was able to live the American dream. And I think the American dream is worth fighting for and worth preserving for, isn't it? But, you know, the reason Mamaw took such good care of me, the reason she had to take such good care of me is because my mom struggled with opioid abuse for a big chunk of my early life. And I'm very proud to say, by the way, that my mom is now right on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and we're grateful to God for that. And for all of you who have a loved one struggling with addiction, there is hope on the other side of addiction. There is hope in recovery, and there is grace out there, but only if we make our streets safe enough to give people second chances. Because one of the things that I really do believe is that if the poison that Kamala Harris has invited into this country in 2024, if it was coming across when my mom was still struggling with addiction, I don't think I would have gotten that second chance with my mom. I don't think that she'd be on the cusp of 10 years clean and sober, and I don't think our 3 kids would have gotten to build a great relationship with my mom and their grandmother. And if we believe in anything in this country, in the America First movement, we believe in second chances, and Kamala Harris is taking it away from our citizens. We're going to fight to rebuild it. We're going to fight to rebuild the American dream. And that is why we've got to close down that southern border. You know, I was in Valdosta, Georgia, about as far away from here as you could be, and the weather's a little bit more temperate in Valdosta, Georgia, even in August. But, you know, they showed me something. The sheriff showed me their interdiction room. And that's where all the drugs that they catch on I-10 or on I-75, it sort of sits at the intersection of two major highways. And they showed me the stuff that they got. And, you know, there's big bags of marijuana, there's cocaine, there's pills, there's a whole host of things they showed me. And you know what they showed me? I was confused by it. They showed me a big box of candy. And, you know, it's like Nerds candy, which I think to myself, well, I don't like Nerds very much. I'm more of a chocolate guy, but it doesn't belong in the sheriff's interdiction room. And you know why it's there? Because the drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise this stuff as candy, it's easier to get it into this country. And by the way, what's sick people? What's sick people who use children's candy as a disguise for deadly drugs? And what a sick person we have as vice president who invites these people into our country to do business instead of throwing them out. But it makes me realize that you've got kids who are going to get into a packet of candy on a playground or in their school, and it's going to take their lives. And the reason it's going to take their lives is not because any kid should suffer for picking up a bag of candy, but because their leadership, our children's leadership, has failed them. What kind of a person lets drug cartels do business in their country? What kind of a person allows the drug cartels to disguise fentanyl as candy? And what kind of a person invites these people to get rich off of our country while our own citizens die? I don't want to answer that question, what kind of a person, but she sure as hell shouldn't be president of the United States, which is why we need to say, you are fired. Kamala Harris is fired. Now, it's interesting, though, because, the media loves to cover that Kamala Harris is running a campaign on joy. They say this all the time. Have you heard this? The Democratic National Convention was all about joy. And I thought to myself, well, what does Kamala Harris have to be especially joyful about? She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Americans can't afford groceries. Americans can't afford to buy a home, especially young families. 65% of young Americans are not going to be able to buy a home because of Kamala Harris's policies. We talked about the fentanyl coming into our country. Now, what Kamala Harris is joyful about is that she got promoted to the presidential nomination without earning a single vote. But you know what I'd like? I'd like a president or a vice president who's joyful because they did a good job for the American people. And that is Donald Trump, by the way. Because as much as the media loves to lie about him, Donald Trump has got the best sense of humor, and he's having a lot of fun out there on the campaign trail, right? We all know, we see it, we watch it every day, but here's the thing. You know why President Trump is excited and happy about the future? It's not that he got a promotion he didn't earn. He's excited about the future because he knows this is the greatest country in the world, and the only thing that's broken about it is our failed leadership. He's excited about delivering lower grocery prices for Americans. He's excited about closing down that southern border. He's excited about making our streets safe again. And he's excited because the people of Arizona are about to elect him president of the United States to make all of us better off, not just him, all of us together. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to end catch and release. We're going to close down that border. We're going to wage war against against the Mexican drug cartels, not against the American citizens who are suffering because of those drug cartels. And we are going to make this country great again. Now, I want to offer one final point here. Donald Trump gave a speech today, and it's the first time I've commented on it publicly, but I think it's one of the most interesting speeches I've ever heard an American president give. Because, Kamala has this slogan. She talks about, we're not going to go back. And I always ask myself, Kamala, what are you talking about? We're not going back to what? To low inflation, rising take-home pay? We're not going back to a secure southern border? I'd like to go back to all those things because the American people are doing a lot better. But I realize, my friends, that when she says we're not going back, we are going back to a very ancient and dark time in human history. We're going back. Kamala Harris wants to send us back to a place where you have to be rich to enjoy public safety, where you have to be wealthy to afford to buy a home in this country, where if you want to have a nice steak on a Friday night, you've got to make a lot of money. I happen to believe that middle-class Americans ought to be able to afford a nice steak on a Friday night. Isn't that just simple? So, Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a point where the country and the world don't actually work unless you've got connections and unless you've got a lot of money. But the promise of this country, the promise of liberty and justice for all, is that whether you're rich or poor, you get to live in a safe community. Whether you're rich or poor, you get to afford a nice meal for your family. Whether you're rich or poor, you live in a country where your leaders protect the border instead of tearing it down. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a time when America didn't even exist, because in America, every citizen controls his own destiny. Every woman controls her own future. Kamala Harris wants to take us back to a broken time in world history. Donald American promise where everybody, we all believe in liberty and justice for all, and every single citizen gets access to it. That's what Donald Trump's trying to bring us back to. And you know, he said something at this speech that I just never heard anything like it from a person who wants to be president of the United States. Because for 30 years, there has been a broken consensus in this country that we don't need to make our own stuff. We don't need to employ our own workers. We'd rather buy energy from tin pot dictators in the Middle East than from our own workers and from our own territory. And Donald Trump just ripped all that up today. And he said something that I think is going to live on in this country. It's going to dominate this country's policy for the next generation. He said that we want to reward American workers. We want to cut taxes on American workers and penalize companies that are shipping jobs overseas. Think about that. Because what Kamala Harris has been doing and what our broken leaders have been doing for a generation, not just her, but for 30 years, has been exactly the opposite. They've been raising taxes on American citizens to give health care benefits to illegal aliens and people who shouldn't be here. They've been raising your taxes and sending it overseas to Chinese companies that are building electric vehicles. And Donald Trump says that is bogus. That is garbage. We're not doing it anymore. So if America first means anything, it means we're prioritizing the American worker, we're prioritizing the American citizen, and we are rebuilding a country where wherever you came from, whatever your background is, whoever your parents were, liberty and justice for all, not just for the well-connected and not just for Kamala Harris's donors. God bless you all. Thank you for having me. Let's make this country great again. Donald Trump's going to do it. We just got to get it across the finish line. God bless you, sir. All right. Now, this is for the less friendly part of our festivities here. We're going to take some questions from the media. And let me just say this. What I would like to do is start out with local reporters. We'll take a few questions from the local folks, and then if we have time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national pool as well. So if you're a local Arizona reporter, let's start with you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rachel Alexander with the Arizona Sun-Times, and I also used to work as the Maricopa County elections attorney when it was under some better leadership. And my question for you is, I know that we've got people going to the polls as observers en masse, and we've got Republican attorneys en masse to stop any possible election fraud. Is there anything else that you know of that is being done?
Well, actually, yes. And not just in Arizona, by the way, but all across the country. The Republican National Committee has filed over 100 lawsuits for the basic principle. The basic principle that we want every legal vote to count, and we want every illegal vote to be thrown out. It's very simple. If you shouldn't be voting in our elections, you should not have your ballots counted. If you should be voting in our elections, we should make it easier for you to vote and not harder. Unfortunately, the Democrats seem to want to turn this on their head. We've got a bill right now in the U.S. Congress, the SAVE Act, that would make it so that only legal American citizens can vote in our elections. And the Democrats are fighting it, and it occurred to me that there is a logic to what the Democrats are trying to do. It's disgusting, but there's a logic to it. They want illegal aliens to steal everybody's job, and now they want illegal aliens to steal everybody's vote. And if the Democrats have their way, American citizens aren't going to have a stake in the future of this country. We're not going to allow it. President Trump and I are going to fight for people who deserve to be here and have the right to be here. But here's what I know that we're doing in Arizona. I know that we're doing a lot to try to get poll workers to the polls and poll watchers to the polls. And all of you, if you're able to volunteer, please go out and do it. Because we know that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and if we've got people there observing what's going on, that's the best way to secure elections in Arizona. The other thing that I know the Republican Party is working hard on is making sure that you don't have a bunch of broken machines on the day of the election. Wouldn't that be nice to have the machines? Wouldn't it be nice to have the machines actually work on election day? We're going to do everything that we can to make sure that happens. But if you see something, go out and say something. Talk to your local Republican Party officials. Talk to the RNC. Send a note to me and to the campaign. We want to make sure that every legal ballot counts in this country. And if you're seeing something that's broken, let us know because we want to fight for that. Next question.
Hi, Alan Overskulls, KTR News. Why do you think that poll shows such a close race between your campaign and the Harris-Walz campaign, even with high frustration regarding the border? Thank you.
You know, I don't put much stock in polls. The only poll that really matters to me is the one on Election Day. And, you know, I was actually talking to President Trump just before I came out here, and you know, he reminded me, remember when he won the presidency back in 2016, one of the closest states was Wisconsin, and there were polls out there that said he was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points, okay? And he won Wisconsin. So I think a lot of times the polls are out there, most people aren't talking to the polls, and look, right now, we're at a stage of the campaign where there are a lot of good polls for the Trump campaign, ignore them. Well, if you see a bad poll for the Trump campaign, ignore them. The good polls, the bad polls, who cares? Let's get out there and work our hind ends off, and let's win this race.
Sir, Dennis Welch, CBS 5 News. Recently, John McCain's son endorsed the other side on the other campaign over there. I wanted to get your take.
Well, look, I
do have a question. I recently read that in a college newspaper, you were quoted as praising John McCain. So it's kind of a two-part. Get your thoughts on McCain's son endorsing the other team, and what do you think about McCain and his legacy? Because as you know, Donald Trump and McCain.
In this video, I'm going to be moving all the way from here across the entire...
Nope, this is stupid. Beachy video game bossa nova. That's pretty good. Beachy video game bossa nova. Wipe things you can do. Joker. Okay. Let's just go for a continuation. Let's see that going. Herschel's, oh god, I've gone way too far. These are wild, dude.
Alright. Oh shit. Welcome to the ropes. Gang of Beasts. Gang Beasts. Alrighty. Welcome to Hard Time, where I will live my life in solitude in a highly.
Okay. Let's eat my damn sandwich. No hard time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Alrighty, welcome to Hard Time, where I will live my life in solitude. Back to find my brother. No! I have a mission! Stop with this shit! I want to talk to him. Look who it is. Look who it is. My God, it's Denied Anal. He's shooting up just like he always did. Denied Anal is alive. Denied Anal is alive. Denied Anal. I'm gonna. Oh my God, Denied Anal. Denied Anal is attacking me. What the fuck? Denied Anal is crazy. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh no. No, but Denied Anal. Please, I have to talk to my brother. Please, Denied Anal, stop going crazy. I have to talk to my brother. My brother. Oh, get him. Fuck him up. Please help me. Fucking prick. Oh. He's over there fighting still, dude. Denied Anal. Yes! Yeah! Fight him off! Yes! 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 Denied Anal, help me! Denied Anal, look, that's him! That's Denied Anal! Denied Anal! Oh! Look at my man Denied Anal go! Denied Anal, come back! I want to shoot up drugs with you!
I hope Mom gets up in a second.
Oh, shit. So, fuck off, give me that. Give me that fucking, yeah, I'm gonna kill him with a syringe. Hit him! Get him! Yeah! Look at that fucking syringe! Denied Anal, help me! Denied Anal! No! No, fuck off! God damn it, this is chaos! This is absolute chaos right now. And I'm just hoping that somebody kills this fucking warden. That's what I want. Yes! Kill it! No! No, fuck off! God damn it! He's trying to kill me! Get him! Stab him! Stab him! Stab him! Yes! Oh, fuck off! Oh my God! This is ridiculous! Fucking Denied Anal! Denied Anal! Come over here! Denied Anal, he's got a problem with authority. Fuck up! Piece of shit! Yeah! Yeah, give me $60! Give me that! Yeah! Fuck off! I'm not done! You think I'll accept that $60? I'm out of there! Go! 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 I can't see! I can't see! Get that son of a bitch! Oh! Oh, no, 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 no! No, fuck off! He's crying! He's close to death! He's gotta be close to death! Oh, my friend! Please! Please, buddy! Please! Please, you're my brother! Please, you don't know me yet, but I'm your brother! Denied Anal, I'm your brother! Please, oh my God! This is just chaos here! Oh! Denied Anal! Denied Anal! Denied Anal's talking to me! I wish I had your reputation! No! Denied Anal, my brother's talking to me! Oh, he's dead. He's gotta be dead. No! He's still not dead. Oh, he got slammed though! Holy shit, that warden is getting fucked up right now by like 50 people. He has gotta be dead. No way! What the fuck is going on with you, man? How are you not dead? He's dead now! He's fucking shit, dude! He's not dying! like stuff dropping and I want to get that. Oh. Please tell me someone's gonna kill his ass. Oh. The night anal, my brother. Please talk to me. Please talk to me. You and me together in the same bed. Denied anal and accepted anal. Oh shit. Just take care of this for me. Denied anal, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Denied anal, please don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh! Ah! You fucker! Fuck you! God damn it! Tell me he's dead yet. My God, the double leg takedown!
Oh my God, he took out both of his fucking legs.
The double legs have been taken. Denied Anal's looking over him because he knows that was his signature move. I just earned his respect. And now I'm gonna shoot up. Denied Anal. Look at what I've done for you, Denied Anal. Look at what I've done for you. You and me. Please, we can be a team. Talk to me. Talk to me, please. Talk to me, Denied Anal. We all thought you were dead. Talk to me! Denied Anal! Talk to me! Why are you ignoring your brother? Don't ignore me! I'm just gonna sleep now. Denied Anal's not talking to me, man. My brother is not talking to me! Alright, we're all healed up now. Denied Anal, is he still out there? Denied Anal! Oh man, look at his body. His body's fucked. This guy is fucked. That guy just took the syringe. What the fuck is going on now? I'm going crazy. Denied Anal! Talk to me! Talk to me, please! Talk to me! I'm your brother! Please! We are one and the same, you and I! Please! Talk to me! Why don't you talk to me, Denied Anal? Talk to me, please! Come on, man. Come on, please talk to me! Talk to me! Don't give me the cold shoulder like you don't know me! Come on, it's me! Accepted Anal! Yes! Look, you know me! I just did your double leg fucking cutoff technique! Please, you know me! Talk to me! You know me! Talk to me! Yes! 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 Anal! That's the same shit you told me before, dude. You gotta tell me something new, please. Talk to me more! You wanna go in there?
Hey. Hey. Are you there? Mama. I'm alright, Mama. How are you? Mama. I didn't know if you'd be able to get back down the stairs after the natty daddies, Mama. I made sure there were some emergency rations just in case. Hi, Mama. My Mama. Did you have any dreams yet, Mom? No dreams? You hungry, Mom? Wash me. Well, you didn't have any dinner, Mom. Are you hungry? Mom? Oh, Mom? I love you. Enjoy your dinner, sweet mama. It's on the sink.
Alright, we can go in here together. I mean, whatever. Whatever's going on in here, you know, that's fine. Come on, no. Come on now. Listen, you can't ignore me forever, denied anal. You were once a part of me. You were once a part of the system. You were once a rebel for the cause. Please, you can't just ignore me. You can't. Ow. You can't ignore me. This is how brothers fight. You can't ignore me! Stop! Talk to me! Talk to me, please! Deny anal! You talk to me! Talk to me! Talk to him! Send an anal, you piece of shit! You talk to him! Talk to him! Hey! 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 Accept an anal! Watch who you best with! Deny anal is a personal friend of mine! Oh, deny anal! You went ahead and made more new friends, huh? What the fuck is this? You make new friends, you piece of shit! Oh, he's attacking his own guy. What? What the fuck? Get up, Denial! You talk to me! Talk to me right now! You're not leaving this cell until you talk to me. Ow! No! Listen, I don't want to fight you. We are one and the same! You can't escape me! Yes! I'm gonna get Denied Anal for what he did to you! Go get him! Get him! Get Denied Anal for what he's done to me! Get that son of a bitch! He's a freak! He's a freak and he doesn't deserve to be in the fucking anal family! God damn it! I'll be back for you, Denied! I'll be back for you! We're not done here yet! Oh, screwdriver. Yeah, that's what I wanted right there. I'm gonna go fucking kill more wardens, cause, that fucking ring is still going on. Oh my god. Oh, now I'm wanted for the murder of a fucking warden. No! 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 Come on now! You're going down for murder, great. I literally just walked through the door. I got to meet my best man fucking Denied Anal again. Great. succeeded in taking the poor man's life. Because he didn't let me talk to my brother. That's all that was going on. I just wanted to talk to my brother. I thought he was dead for like 15 years. I just wanted to talk to him again. Oh no. Come on now. Yeah! Yes! Yes! Oh! Oh man! Oh man! Warren Osborn would still be alive today if he was doing his job. Damn! I just got away with murder after I got punished for, 2 random crimes, whatever. Iron Mike is dead. That's too bad, He shouldn't have gotten in the way of me and my brother. We have a long, intense rivalry going on. Oh, okay, never mind. And, don't give him the whole, silent treatment. Oh, he doesn't deserve that. Back to find my brother. No! I have a mission! Stop with this shit! I have to find my brother! Oh no, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here! I'm gonna make a fucking gun and oh! What the hell is this all about? Oh, they're calling me a snitch and the other guy's like in my body. What the fuck? Alright. Jesus Christ. There we go. Give me my fucking screwdriver. See that? Don't fuck with me, man. Stab the shit out of you so fucking quick. I told you I wasn't gonna play! I told you I wasn't playing around! I was looking for my brother! And then you fucking... No! That's my screwdriver. Oh! I'll kill this man right now! I will kill this man right now! I'll kill this man right now! He's walking away, you're lucky. Run away! Oh, god damn it! Where's my brother? There he is! Denial! Oh, we're friendly! Hey, man! Hey! Oh, Denied Angel's talking to me! We're good friends again! Yeah! This is the brotherly love that I was talking about between me and you, Denied Angel! We are one and the same, you know what I mean, man? We are one and the same! Why is this other guy following me? Oh, Denied Angel's like my friend now. Look, I'm saying hi to all these guys, like, look at that. Oh, dude. Denied, come on now. You and me together forever. Don't run from me. Oh, he fell. That's okay, I'll help you up. That's what a good brother does, you know what I mean? When a brother falls down, the other brother picks him right up. What are you doing over here? Talk to me, brother. Don't change your hairstyle, for the love of God. No, don't do that. Don't change your hairstyle. We love you the way you are, Denied Angel. Please. I'm saying hi to everybody here. Man, they must love me here. Denied. Listen, man. Listen. Denied. Denied, you're ignoring me. Why are you ignoring your brother? I'll kill everybody in this fucking cell block if you don't start talking to me. Just talk to me! I'll kill him! I'll kill this man if you don't talk to me! Die! Oh, you think that's gonna... I'll take your buddy. I'll take your buddy. But I'm not done yet! Give me that fucking thing! Get away from me! Get away from me! Oh, you thought we were friends! No! I just fucking... Oh, no! Yeah, get the syntax error? What the fuck? Is that his name? Get him! Yeah, get his ass! I'm fucking stab him in the back! This is what happens! You fucking stole my brother away from me! You stole my brother away from me! No! No! Get the hell hit each other at the same time or something? What the fuck? Oh no, I'm like laid out. You took my brother away from me! Fuck off! You took my brother away from me! Yeah! Random dude knows what's up! Come on! Come on! Get the fuck up! I know you're faking! I know you're faking! This is the end of your life right now, you piece of shit! I hope you like that! With your fucking dying breath! With your dying breath! You've taken my brother away from me! Now I'm booking it. Yeah! Why do you hang out with an asshole? Like, wait, is that you? That looks really like you in the picture. Cut that loser out of your life? What the fuck? That looks like you! Give up, friend? But that's him! What the hell? So I cut you out, right? Is that what's happening? I can't believe that you sold me out to be friends with Sean. What the fuck is happening? People are crazy. So I defriended him, and now he's mad because he's the one that told me to do it. He's calling me a traitor now. I don't understand. I'll kill you, and then we won't have this problem. How about that? Everybody in this cell block is gonna die, except for fucking my brother. And that's that. The choice has already been made. No. Oh shit. Get up. Get up. Come here. Come here, you fucking. Come here. Come here. You fucking rat bastard, you. I need to heal anyway, so eat a dick. I'm not done yet, though. This cell block is going down. This cell block is going down in flames. Except for my brother, because I have to have a fucking conversation with him. Alright, we're good. Where are these people? Oh! Denied! Denied's into a cell. I might be able to get some one-on-one time with him. This piece of shit right here. You fucking piece of shit. You piece of shit. I show you a thing or two. I'll show you a thing or two. You don't want me as your friend. You don't want me as anything. You don't want me as anything at all, do you? Get up. Get up. Ah. Shit. Ah. Yeah. Oh, what the hell just happened there? That was like a... What the hell? I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. I thought I had him. What the fuck is going on right now? Get up. Get up. Everybody's sleeping except your ass. Which means it's prime time for you to die. Holy shit, he's taking a lot. Oh! Disgusting. Fuck up! Oh yeah! Beat his ass! Beat his ass! Deny ain't no sleeping over there, I can see him. You piece of shit. Stomp his fucking head up! No, I don't think so. Come on, buddy! Yeah! This is where his life ends! This is where your life ends! Oh, shit! Get up! Get up! Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up! I'll find a weapon. Oh my god. Oh my god, what was that? I think that might have done it, but like, I wasn't sure. That was a stream. I was gonna get a weapon. Well, I stabbed him right in the heart with this fucking screwdriver, and now he's dead. There's 2 fucking people dead now. Fucking. Where's my brother? My brother! I've killed 2 people for you! Well, 3 technically with the warden on the other side. Wow! The hell was this? The hell was this? That was my screwdriver! Do you want to fucking die right now? Ow! 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 Oh my god! Oh no, my brother's not... I can't die in front of my brother's cell! Deny. Please, man! Hey! I'm gonna smoke right over you! Yeah! Talk to me, man! Oh no! Are you okay? Are you okay? Come on, man! You and me against the world! Come on! Team up right now! Why are you circling me like that? Did I? Listen, I will kill every person in this fucking cell block if you don't fucking team with me. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Come on, man. He's not giving me anything. He's not giving me anything. Where's my screwdriver at? This son of a bitch. You're gonna die in your sleep. Oh. Wait. Come on now. Hold on. Special ability! Hey! Yeah! We got a shot off there! We got him! We got him with the special ability! It's time! You took my screwdriver away! That's it! That's it! Oh! God damn it, that cheap shot! That cheap shot's fucking horse shit! Get that fucking... What the hell? No! Where'd he go? No! That's my screwdriver! This screwdriver is a fucking weapon of choice right now. Ah, shit! Ow! Jesus, he's good, man. This guy is a good... Oh! He's a formidable foe, this guy. Oh! No! Oh, no! No! Denido, help me! Please! No! I died! No! Please come back! Come back! No! 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 Oh, wait! Wait, I just got knocked out! I guess I'm still alive! Oh my god! I'm still alive! How did I don't know! What the fuck happened to me? My arms are huge! What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck happened! Ew! What the fuck is that guy doing? Look, his neck is like all broken! Ew! Oh my god, thank god! I didn't die! I didn't die! I thought that was it! I thought that was the end! You piece of shit! You piece of shit, you! I'll be back for you! I know your fucking cell number! Mr. 12! Denied! Don't worry! Back to find my...
I'll just stop being my friend of my friend. Whatever. For two people. Sean rather split personality. He killed 4 people. It's the texter, Sean Mathers, and the warning. That's such a good one. That's such a fucking good one. These two.
Denied! Don't worry, except that I'm gonna get... Yeah! Yeah, he's gonna work with me! The brothers are working together! Here we go, let's roll out! Let's... Come on, they're coming after me right now. You gotta roll out right now. Like, you gotta go right now. You gotta go right now. Denied! Please! They're coming after me! They're gonna put me away for even more time! I was supposed to be dead! I could have been dead. I'm gonna sleep in your bed. Nothing like good old-fashioned, brothers sleeping in the same bed, you know what I mean? That's good shit right there. I think he likes it. He's like, oh, what the hell? Hey, accepted anal. I hear you got a problem with accepted anal. Well, he's a friend of mine. Well, I know he's. I don't even know what happened in my game, but this seems to be a trend. If he doesn't like, don't attack me tonight. You're my brother. No! You can't! You can't do this to me! Get out of my way! Have you turned on me? Has that cigarette gone to your head? That cigarette has gone to your head tonight, Adel! I'm just trying to sleep and heal! Please! Get out of that bed! And we're not sharing, but we're brothers! Please! We can share together! You and I! I'm gonna stand my ground. This is my bed. You're gonna be sleeping with me tonight, Anal. You're sleeping with me. Sleep with me. Get into the bed. No. Oh God. Oh God. I don't want to fight him. I don't want to fight you. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Someone's crying. Oh, is that mine? Thanks, man. Got my screwdriver back. What was that scream all about? Like, is someone dead somewhere? Like, what was that? I guess I should probably fucking face my punishment here because that ringing is never gonna stop. I don't know what the hell happened to that guy. He just fell right over. Aw, man. I'm gonna have to give him more time now. I have to give him more time now because I don't even know what I did. I guess like I killed somebody. Yeah, I did. So what? You know. Oh, I'm gonna. Okay. I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to myself. I'm gonna go back to myself. Yeah. Yes. It's only a matter of time before we catch you. Ah, no! I killed Sean Mathers because he didn't know whether or not he wanted to be my friend or not, and he had some kind of split personality disorder. That's not my fault! Fuck! Come on, Judge! This is by far, this session, I've been to the judge like, I don't know how many fucking times. This is ridiculous. Oh no. Great. Well, am I gonna get called out for this life? Will I actually? Yes, I do. Great. They didn't get me for the warden, but they get me for a random inmate. 11 days. 11 days. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm never gonna get out. Never. 75 days. I will die here. And then another guy just got found dead. Yes, I know. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. And they're gonna know that I killed like so many people. I think I've lost some weight. My arms are huge though, so like I don't get that. Ugh. Thanks for getting rid of him. You were the one that fucking took me to the goddamn judge like really early on, right away. So why is he suddenly cool? I don't get it. I need to craft a weapon. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna craft a weapon. Fuck off, please. Oh, God damn it. I'll go to my cell then. Man. I will go to my cell. I was 11, was I not? Look at that. I'm in the same exact cell as Deny Anal. Like, if that's not, brotherly love, I don't know what is. He keeps blowing me off though, and I don't know what the problem is. Oh, great. Alright, well, we're nice and healed up, and I got my gun. Now I think we can take down that cell block. Yes, that was like 10 years ago. Oh, fucking sakes, goddamn it. I don't want any problems with the people in my cell block, okay? I have my sights on a different cell block completely. And I'm going to... Oh. My name is Tom Mathers. Wait, are you the other guy's brother? I killed your brother. I can kill you too. Oh, snap. Shots going off. What are you doing with that machine gun? I'm not putting it down, so... Eat a dick! It's mine! No! Fuck off with this! Come on now, that's mine! for this. I will not stand for this. Give me my gun back. I'm sorry, I know you're in my gang and everything, but I need this gun. There are bigger plans at hand here. Bigger plans at hand here. Oh, I have to get denied attention. Attention? What? No fucking way! Why are they so strict on me right now? You gotta be kidding me! I get out of the courtroom and I gotta go get put right back in. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking here for the plan. We're gonna hide. Ow! My God! Jesus! What the hell was that for? I'm in the wrong cell block anyway. Give me that shit back. Fuck off! No! I've already got a plan for it! Give me that fucking thing back! It's only a matter of time before we catch you. Eat dick! Eat dick! I'm out of here!
Eat dick.
Oh, fuck! What was the cell? The fucking block? No! No! Now I'm stealing a machine gun! I've never been this fucking, like, upset. This is ridiculous. I can't even get out of the gate right now. Like, I can't do shit. This is by far the most my shit has been pushed in this game. I made it though. All right, we're here. I made it, and I don't think there's a warden here. So, oh, I found somebody here.
He really does turn into a maniac.
You're dead! Fuck you! Tell me he's dead! Die already! Why aren't you dying? Die, you piece of shit! You fucking die right now! Die! What the hell is this? There's a new king in town, yeah? You come in this cell once. Do you see what I just did? That's Frank Loveday's cell. And now he's... Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Look at what I did to him! Look at what I did to him! He's fucking dead! He is absolutely dead! There's no way! What? You've got to be kidding me! This fucking guy! Please tell me that was it. Please tell me that was it. I just said hi to somebody. How? How? How can you not be dead, dude? He's dead now, right? I am blown away. I'm sorry, but I had to kill him. He had to go. You're next. I'll take this gang down. Oh my God. Who wants some? Who wants some? Come on! Oh shit. Well, good for you. Get the fuck out of here. I'm in the middle of some business right now. I'm in the middle of some business. I'm in the middle of some business. Come here. Yeah! Oh, who did I say hi to right there? Fuck off, dude. No! 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 You can't! I'm going on a killing spree right now. Shit, we're all out. Fuck! Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Get Baby Bull for what he did to me. Come on now, let's go get him. He's almost dead anyway. He's the fucking leader of this rival gang. Get up, you fucker. He should give me $70. Damn, he is so beat up. That machine gun, like, wrecks people. No. Do you really think you came into the cell and you threatened me? Not happening now. Ow. 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 Oh. Too fucking bad there. Tell me he's dead. Tell me he's dead. Yeah. I think he's dead. I got him. Killed him. Now I'm gonna give myself up. By all means, take me back. Take me back. I plead not guilty. Take me back.
I
These
murdered
these
fucking
words
two
are
guys.
on the ball right
Knocked
now.
me over.
Yes, I'll take it. Wanted for stealing a machine gun, by all means. Go ahead. Take me in. Take me in. Just take me in. Stop beating me up. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. This is gotta be like the 6th time I've been to the judge now. Oh my God. Yes. Stealing a machine gun. Yeah. I was just using it to murder a couple guys, and that was it. I love how I killed 2 men. And I won! I killed 2 men! Stole a machine gun, and I won! Oh. You're a snitch. Oh, come on now. That's just mean. Oh, what the hell? What the fuck is this all about for? Like, what? That's just racist right there. That was racist. For no reason whatsoever he did that. It doesn't look like there's too many people in here anymore in this West Block. It's looking fairly empty. I wonder why that is. Fuck you. Oh! Damn, I did not expect that. That attack came out of nowhere. Hey! That's my sword, my friend. Oh! Oh, no! Get up! Get up! Where's my brother? Denied! Where are you? He's gotta be somewhere. Oh, what the fuck? Not you again. Ew! You're fucking nasty! No! Fuck off! Do I have to fucking murder another warden just to, like, get these fuckers off my back? Apparently I do. Oh, shit! Huh, run! Run away! Oh, God. Man, where's everybody at? There's, like, only 4 guys here in this cell block. There's really not that many in here. Come on, you fucker. Me and you. There is really no one here to save you. Ow! No! No! Why are you? What? I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah! My buddy got him! Yeah! Friends for life, bitch! That's what happens when you got friends on the inside. You die instantly. Holy shit, he's dead. Oh my God, he's dead. That warden died within, like, a minute. Like, that fucking warden did not survive at all. Holy shit, there's like no one left in this cell block. I didn't think it would be possible to kill everybody in the cell block, but it seems like... it seems like we might be able to. Then again, I don't know where everybody is, because Denied Anal is gone somewhere. Look, he's crying already. This is fucking insane. Oh. Oh my God. I think he's dead too now. Dude, the sword just wrecks. Oh my God, he's dead too. The sword. I just killed. You're next. No. What the hell? Who is that? I don't know what's happening. Come on, camera. What the fuck is this? Oh. Who was it that was, like, making threats against me here? I just got 2 friends now that are in this cell. 2 friends that are helping me take care of this fucker. This fucking disgusting. Oh my God! This thing has... Oh my God! Look at his legs! It's God, he's dead. He's dead too. Oh shit. How the hell did I kill these people so quick? You better stay away from me. I know you're in my gang and everything, but you better stay away from me, man. You're next. Get this fucking guy. You're not even in the right cell block anyway. I'm sorry. I know we were supposed to be friends, but I'm clearing out this cell block. I told you I was gonna fucking... Oh. Ow. Ah. Oh shit, I fell down the steps. Oh no. Absolutely not. Oh, touch me again, it'll be the last thing. Oh, man. This sword does so much damage. Oh! Oh, no! Get up! Get up! Get up! No! Oh, please tell me I just blacked out again. No! Did I accept an anal? No! No! He died! No! No! Accepted anal. We don't even know where denied anal went. He like fucking escaped or something. Alright, hello, and welcome back to Hard Time. I hope that you all are collectively happy about this. I have no idea what the deal was with this game, but after being bombarded, literally, bombarded with hashtag bring back hard time, I am back to give this game a definitive end. A definitive end. Done deal. Finito. I hope you know this. It doesn't even fucking work on most up-to-date PCs anymore. The development cycle on this game is gone. Like, it's a pain in the ass to even play this game, let alone fully bring this game back. So here we are to give this its done deal. This is the one thing you guys are getting. This ain't happening. This ain't happening any other time. This is it. Hard fucking time. New game. I know a lot of people were like, hashtag bring back denied anal, hashtag bring back accepted anal. We're not doing that because I believe they both fucking died. They are dead. There is a canon to this story, which means there needs to be a third anal. Deferred anal. Yes, you're not accepted or denied, you're just deferred, I guess. That's what we're gonna work with. Our crime, however, if I remember, is definitely something that needs to be taken into account. I need to really think this through. I think we definitely did the bodily harm. Maybe let's just do terrorism. I'm just a basic terrorist. That's what deferred anal is. I mean, that looks alright. He's got kind of like a light mustache, some stubble. I think he kind of, does he look like a terrorist? No shirt, fucking muscle man, bare chest and all. Booyah, there we go. Alright, we have our deferred anal. Deferred anal, this court has seen you accused of acts of terrorism. It didn't say that, but, you know, I'm just trying to help them out. Ooh, trial's going on quite long enough. Let's see, how long am I going to be going to jail for? Judge, take it easy on me. I'm following suit here with two extremely bad individuals. 60 days. I think that's usually how it is, ain't it? 60 days for acts of terrorism, though, seems like a slap on the wrist, though, by all means. All right, deferred anal, you processed. All right, I'm 001. That's a pretty good number. Ah, shit. Look at my stats, dude. That's ugly. I might as well get this done and over with, and we're gonna fucking cheat. Straight. Intelligence. Reputation. Woo! Look at those fucking stats now. Hell yeah. We're the strongest, we're the most agile, we're the most intelligent, and we got the highest reputation. That's how we start out. Oh, is my fucking block. I run this. Oh shit. Oh shit, people are throwing stuff already. Hey, look who it is. Look who it is. Maybe he wasn't dead. Maybe he lives on in spirit. Look who it is. Oh my God, it's Denied Anal himself. It's OG Denied Anal. He's obviously upset with me already. I think he was gonna try to pick a fight with me. And he got fucking dropped on his head. My God, the hard time Easter eggs, guys. Who put those guys in here? Who put those guys in here? That was Accepted Anal down there. Look at him. There's Accepted Anal. Look at him. Doesn't he look like he hasn't aged in a bit? Look at this guy. Oh, I can't even control the fucking camera. I can see him a little bit there. He's just doing his own thing, I guess. It looks like the night is already on the ground. Whoa! What are you doing there? That's Fahrenheit, so you're also in a gang. Wait, you're friends with a other gang member? Aren't you guys like rivals? You guys aren't rivals? You're gonna kick my ass. Come on in, I'll welcome it. Bitch! Fucking kick my ass, come on. What? He kicked you? $50 bucks. Yes, I will gladly take $50. That's the easiest money I've ever made. I will take $50. Now I'll leave you in peace if you let me join your posse. Come on, man. I lied, bitch. Yo, he's crying already. What a fucking pussy. Why are you here in jail? Get on your fucking feet, man. Get the fuck on your feet. I thought we were friends. What do you mean? You gave me $50 to not beat your ass. Is he dead? Yo, he is dead. This is a dead guy. What the fuck? I didn't kill him? Great. Now I have a stomach ache. Maybe I can sleep it off. Help me, I got a tummy ache. Maybe it's not gonna go away unless I actually go to the infirmary. Yo, there's a dead guy still there. He's still there dead. Holy shit. Alright, I'm going in. I was gonna...
Holy shit, good night. Need some rest.